Hello friends, welcome back to Limbo Slumber. Tonight, we journey into a different kind of tale, one woven from moonlight and shadow and ancient sorcery. Over the next hours, we will walk beside Ranni the Witch, through her rebellion against the gods, her search for freedom, and her path to the stars. This is the story of a demigod who chose her own fate, who sacrificed everything for a future written in cold moonlight. This is a tale of loyalty and betrayal, of ancient magic and cosmic ambition, of a princess who became a witch, and a witch who became something more. Get comfortable, close your eyes, and let us begin. Our tale begins not in darkness, but in the Golden Age, when the lands between knew peace, and the children of Queen Marika walked among mortals. Before the shattering, before the war, before the world broke apart, there was a time of learning and wonder, and a young princess who dreamed beneath the moon. In the northern reaches of Liurnia, where mist clings to ancient stones, and moonlight falls like silver rain, there stands a manor, Carian Manor, home of the royal family, seat of glintstone sorcery and lunar magic. The towers rise high, piercing the clouds, their stones worn smooth by centuries of wind. Frost never melts from the courtyards here. Even in summer, the ground sparkles with ice crystals, catching the light, scattering it like stars. It is here, in these cold and beautiful halls, that our story truly begins. With a child born under auspicious stars, marked by destiny, touched by the moon. Her name was Ranni. She was born of two worlds, two powers, two destinies intertwined. Her mother, Rennala, queen of the full moon, ruler of Caria, master of the lunar arts. Her father, Radagon, champion of the Golden Order, warrior of the Erd Tree, who would one day become Elden Lord. A union of moon and gold, of sorcery and faith, of Liurnia and Lendel. But such unions, as history teaches us, are rarely simple, and the children born of them carry burdens heavier than crowns. Ranni's earliest memories are of moonlight. Not the warm glow of the Erd Tree, that golden radiance her father served, but the cold, distant, beautiful light of the moon. It fell through her window each night, painting her room in shades of silver and blue, and she would lie awake, watching it move across the floor, feeling something stir within her. A connection, a calling, a whisper in her blood. Her mother would come to her in those quiet hours when the manor slept and only the moon kept watch. Rennala, still beautiful then, still whole, before heartbreak would shatter her mind. She would sit beside Ranni's bed and speak of the moon and the stars and the ancient magic that flows between them. The moon sees all, my daughter, she would say, her voice soft as silk. It watches from a distance, never touching, never interfering. It simply shines. And in that distance, there is a kind of freedom. Ranni did not understand, not then. She was too young, too innocent to grasp the weight of those words, but she remembered them, stored them away, like seeds planted in dark soil, waiting for the right season to grow. The manor was her world. In those early years, its libraries became her sanctuary, vast rooms filled with books and scrolls, the accumulated knowledge of generations. The Carian Royal Family had always valued learning, had always sought to understand the cosmos, to map the stars, to decode the mysteries written in glintstone and moonlight. She would spend hours there, small hands turning pages, eyes wide with wonder, reading of the ancient sorcerers who first discovered glintstone magic, of the founding of Raya Lucaria, the great academy, where the brightest minds gathered to study, of the wars with the Golden Order and the peace that followed, sealed by her parents' marriage. The smell of old parchment, the dust motes floating in shafts of light, the weight of leather-bound volumes in her lap, these were the textures of her childhood, the sensory memories that would stay with her long after everything else had changed. Her mother taught her the lunar arts, as was tradition for Carian royalty. They would stand in the highest tower, open to the sky, where the moon hung full and bright. Rennala would demonstrate, her staff glowing with cold blue light as she wove spells of ice and moonlight, glintstone shards orbiting her like tiny moons, each one humming with power. "Feel the moon's pull, Ranni," she would instruct. "It moves the tides, it guides the lost, it illuminates the dark. Your magic must be the same, distant but powerful, cold but beautiful." And Ranni would try, her small hands gripping her own staff, feeling the tingle of magic in her fingertips. At first, nothing would happen, just the frustration of a child trying to grasp something beyond her reach. But then, slowly, one night, under a crescent moon, she felt it, a connection like a thread of silver light stretching from her heart to the sky. She pulled on it gently, and the air around her shimmered. Frost spread across the stone floor in delicate patterns like lace made of ice. Her mother smiled, a rare, genuine smile, and Ranni felt a warmth in her chest, despite the cold magic flowing through her. "You have the gift, my daughter," Rennala said softly. "The moon has chosen you." But there was something else, something her mother did not teach her, something darker, hidden in the deepest vaults of the library, books that spoke of the dark moon, not the full moon her mother served, but something older, something that existed before the Golden Order, before the Erdtree, before the gods claimed dominion over the lands between. Ranni found these books, as curious children often do, found them and read them in secret by candlelight, and the seeds her mother had planted began to grow. She was not alone in those years. She had brothers. Radahn, the eldest, already showing signs of the warrior he would become. Even as a boy, he was strong, his laughter loud, his presence filling whatever room he entered. He loved their father, idolized him, wanted nothing more than to become a great champion like Radagon. He would practice with wooden swords in the courtyard for hours until his hands bled, and when he grew tired, he would look up at the stars and dream of conquest, of riding across battlefields, of glory and honor, of his name echoing through history. Ranni would watch him from her tower window and feel a strange sadness. He was so certain, so sure of his path, while she, even then, felt the weight of questions pressing down on her. And there was Rykard, the middle child, sharp-minded and ambitious. He did not have Radahn's strength or Ranni's magical gift, but he had cunning. He would spend hours in debate with the manor's scholars, arguing philosophy and law, always seeking an edge, always looking for the hidden advantage. "Power is not given, sister," he told her once, as they walked through the manor gardens. "It is taken, and those who hesitate, who wait for permission, they are left behind." She remembered those words, remembered the gleam in his eyes, the hunger that would, one day, lead him to blasphemy, to the serpent, to his own damnation. But in those days, they were still a family, broken, perhaps, by their father's absence, but still connected, still bound by blood and history. They did not know, could not know, that one day they would be enemies, that Radahn would fall to madness and rot, that Rykard would be devoured by his own ambition, that Ranni would orchestrate the death of a god. and plunge the world into war. They were children, and the future, like the moon, was distant and cold and beautiful. The first crack in Ranni's perfect world came the day her father left. She was young, but old enough to understand. Radagon, champion of the Golden Order, had been summoned to Leyndell, the capital, the seat of power. Queen Marika, the Eternal, the God Queen, had need of him. The official story was that he would serve as her consort, her Elden Lord, that this was a great honor, a recognition of his strength and virtue. But Ranni, even then, understood the truth. He was leaving them, leaving her mother, leaving his children, for power, for glory, for a place at the side of a god. She watched from the tower as he rode away, his red hair bright in the morning sun, watched her mother, standing in the courtyard, her face a mask of composure, but her hands trembling. Rennala did not cry, not then, not where anyone could see, but Ranni heard her, late that night, in her chambers, the sound of sobbing, muffled by pillows but unmistakable, the sound of a heart breaking. And something in Ranni broke as well, or perhaps it was not breaking, but awakening, a realization, cold and clear as moonlight. Love, loyalty, family, these things, the Golden Order taught, were sacred, but they were also, she now understood, conditional. They could be set aside when power called, when destiny demanded, when the gods decreed it. Her mother, the great Rennala, the full moon queen, was reduced to this, abandoned, heartbroken, slowly losing herself to grief. And why? Because she had loved, because she had trusted, because she had believed in the promises of a man who served a higher power. The Golden Order, the Earth Tree, the greater will. These forces demanded absolute obedience, and those who served them had no room for anything else. In the months that followed, Ranni watched her mother decline. Rennala stopped teaching, stopped leaving her chambers, stopped, it seemed, caring about anything beyond the amber egg she clutched, a gift from Radagon, her last connection to him. The manor grew quiet, the servants whispered, the scholars left, one by one, returning to Raya Lucaria, where at least there was still purpose, still direction. Radahn threw himself into training, harder than ever, as if he could fight away the pain. Rykard grew colder, more cynical, his ambition sharpening into something dangerous. And Ranni retreated to the library, to the forbidden books, to the secrets of the dark moon. She read of the age before the Earth Tree, when the moon and stars held sway, when the Nox, the eternal cities, thrived underground, worshipping the cosmos, free from the tyranny of the gods. She read of the Elden Ring and how it bound the world, how it imposed order, how it made all things subject to the greater will. She read of the rune of death and how it had been sealed away, how immortality had been forced upon the demigods, how even death itself had been conquered, controlled, made a tool of the gods. And she understood. Her destiny, the one the two fingers proclaimed, the one written in the stars, was not freedom. It was a cage. She was Empyrean, chosen to become a god, a vessel for the greater will. But a vessel, she realized, is empty. It has no will of its own, no choice, no self. To become a god under the Golden Order was to cease being Ranni. And so, in the cold libraries of Carian Manor, surrounded by the ghosts of ancient knowledge, a young princess made a choice. She would not be a vessel, she would not be a tool, she would not surrender her will to the greater will. She would find another way, a path, written not in gold, but in moonlight, not in the warmth of the Erd tree, but in the cold, distant, beautiful freedom of the stars. This was the beginning, the first step on a journey that would span centuries, that would cost countless lives, that would reshape the very fabric of reality. But in that moment, she was still just a girl, standing in a library, holding a forbidden book, feeling the weight of destiny pressing down on her shoulders. And she did not flinch. The years passed, as they do. Ranni grew, from child to young woman, her power growing with her, her understanding deepening. She mastered the lunar arts, surpassing even her mother's skill, though Rennala, lost in her grief, barely noticed. She studied the forbidden texts, learning of the dark moon, of the age before gods, of the cosmic forces that existed beyond the reach of the Erd tree. She learned patience. She learned to hide her true intentions behind a mask of compliance. She attended the ceremonies, spoke the proper words, played the role of dutiful Empyrean. But inside, she was planning, calculating, waiting for the right moment to strike. Because she understood what few others did, the Golden Order, for all its power, for all its claims of eternity, was not unbreakable. It had weaknesses hidden in its very foundation, and she, with time and knowledge, could exploit them. She needed allies, not servants, not worshippers, but true companions who understood her vision, who shared her dream of freedom. The first was a half-wolf named Blade. He was a shadow, created by the Two Fingers, bound to serve her, to protect her, to guide her toward her destiny as a god. But Ranni saw in his eyes something the Two Fingers had not anticipated. Loyalty, not to them, not to their plan, but to her, the person, not the vessel. She tested him carefully over years, spoke to him of freedom, of choice, of paths not written by the gods, and he listened, and he understood, and he chose, knowing it would doom him to stand by her side. "I am your blade, my lady," he would say, his voice rough but sincere. "Wherever you walk, I follow. Whatever you choose, I support, even if it leads to the end of all things." And she believed him, and she was right to, though it would, in the end, cost him everything. The second was Iji, the war counselor, an ancient troll who had served House Caria for longer than anyone could remember. He was wise, patient, and utterly loyal, not to the Golden Order, but to the Carian Royal Family. She revealed her plans to him, slowly, piece by piece, and he, who had seen empires rise and fall, who had witnessed the coming of the Erd tree and remembered the age before, understood immediately. "It is a dangerous path, Princess Ranni," he said, his voice like grinding stone. "Many will die. The world itself may break. Are you prepared for that burden?" And she looked at him, her eyes cold as moonlight, and said, "I am, because the alternative is eternal slavery, and that I cannot accept." Iji nodded slowly. "Then I will help you in whatever way I can, though I fear I will not live to see the age you dream of." He was right, but that is a sorrow for later in our tale. The third ally was more complicated. Rykard, her brother, her blood. He had grown into a man of ambition and cunning, a praetor of the Erd tree, a lord of Volcano Manor, but beneath his loyalty to the Golden Order, she sensed a similar hunger, a similar resentment. She approached him carefully, speaking in hypotheticals, in philosophical debates. What if, she asked, the Golden Order could be challenged? What if there was a way to claim power outside its structure? His eyes gleamed. "Tell me more, sister." And so, an alliance was formed, though she knew, even then, that Rykard's ambition would eventually consume him, that he would go too far, seek too much, and lose himself to blasphemy. But for now, he was useful, and in the great game she was playing, usefulness was all that mattered. The final piece, the most crucial piece, was knowledge. She needed to understand the Elden Ring itself, its structure, its weaknesses, the runes that composed it, and most importantly, she needed to understand the rune of death. Destined Death, it was called, before Queen Marika sealed it away. The power that made death permanent, that allowed souls to truly end rather than returning to the Erdtree to be reborn, recycled, controlled. If she could obtain the rune of death, if she could wield it even once, she could break the cycle, she could free herself from the destiny the two fingers had written. She could die, truly die, and in dying escape. But the rune of death was guarded, sealed away, entrusted to Malekith, the Black Blade, Queen Marika's own shadow, a warrior of unmatched skill, bound by unbreakable loyalty. To steal from him would require the impossible. And so Ranni began to plan the impossible. She would need assassins, skilled beyond measure. She would need a distraction, a target, important enough to draw attention away, and she would need to be willing to sacrifice everything, including herself. The moon rose and fell, seasons turned, years passed. Ranni grew into her power, into her role, into the mask she wore. To the world, she was the lunar princess, the Empyrean, the future god, dutiful, obedient, perfect. But in secret, in the depths of night, she worked, gathering allies, making plans, studying the forbidden arts, learning not just lunar magic, but something darker, something older. The magic of the Nox, the eternal cities, who had been punished by the greater will, buried underground for the sin of trying to create their own lord, their own god. She found their descendants, the Numen, the Black Knives, assassins without equal, and she made them an offer. Freedom from the Golden Order, revenge against the gods who had buried their civilization, a chance to strike back against the power that had oppressed them for millennia. And they, understanding her vision, accepted. Everything was ready, the pieces were in place, the moment was approaching. But there was one more thing she needed to do, one more preparation for the path ahead. She needed to create a doll. In the deepest workshops of Carian, where her ancestors had practiced their craft, she worked for months in secret, crafting a body from porcelain and magic, from moonlight and memory, a vessel that could house her soul after her true body was gone. It was delicate work, precise, requiring all her skill. The doll had to be perfect, 4 arms to wield her magic, to hold her staff, to cast her spells, a face, serene, beautiful, empty of emotion, a body that would not age, would not decay, would not die. Because that was the key to her plan. She would kill her body, her Empyrean flesh, the vessel the two fingers had chosen, but her soul, her will, herself would endure in this new form, free from destiny, from the greater will's control. It was, in its way, a kind of death and a kind of rebirth, the first step toward the age of stars. And so, on a night when the moon hung full and bright, when the stars aligned in patterns of power, when everything was ready, Ranni the Witch set in motion the Night of Black Knives, and the world would never be the same. There are nights that change history, nights when the course of empires shifts, when the old order crumbles and something new, something terrible is born. The Night of Black Knives was such a night. In the capital, Lendel, the Golden City, seat of the Erdtree, there lived a prince, Godwyn the Golden, firstborn of Queen Marika, beloved by all, perfect in every way. He was everything the Golden Order claimed to represent: strong, noble, kind, radiant with grace. He had befriended dragons, ended wars, brought peace wherever he walked. If there was a future for the Golden Order, a bright and shining future, it was embodied in him. And that was precisely why he had to die. Ranni understood what few others did. To truly break the Golden Order, to shatter its foundations, you could not attack its weaknesses. You had to strike at its greatest strength. You had to prove that even the most perfect, the most beloved, the most protected could fall. Godwyn's death would not just be a tragedy. It would be a message, a declaration that the age of the gods was ending, that nothing was eternal, that even gold could tarnish. But there was more to her plan than simple assassination. She needed the rune of death, and to obtain it she needed a fragment, a sliver, stolen from Maliketh himself. The Black Knives, skilled as they were, could manage this, but using the rune, wielding destined death, came with a price. Someone had to die, truly die, permanently. And Ranni had chosen 2 victims. Godwyn would die in body. His flesh would be slain, his physical form destroyed, never to return. He would become the first of the demigods to truly perish, to know the embrace of destined death. But Ranni would die in soul. Her Empyrean flesh, her body, the vessel chosen by the 2 fingers, would be killed by her own hand using the same cursed blade. A twin death, body and soul, separated, divided, destroyed. It was the only way. To escape her destiny, she had to die. But to continue her work, she had to live. And so, she split the curse between herself and Godwyn. He would die, so she could live. She would die, so she could be free. It was perhaps the cruelest part of her plan. Godwyn was innocent. He had done nothing to deserve this fate, but he was a symbol, a pillar of the order she sought to destroy. And in revolution, the innocent always suffer. She did not allow herself to feel guilt. Not then. There would be time for that. Later, centuries, to contemplate the weight of her choices. But in that moment, she had to be cold, focused, determined. Like the moon itself. The assassins moved through the capital like shadows. The Black Knives, new men, women trained in arts, forgotten by the world. They wore cloaks that muffled sound, that bent light, that made them nearly invisible, and they carried blades forged from the rune of death itself, weapons that could kill anything permanently. They found Godwyn in the gardens, beneath the Erdtree. He was alone, as he often was, in the quiet hours before dawn, meditating, or perhaps simply enjoying the peace. The golden light of the Erdtree fell upon him, making his hair shine like spun gold. He looked, in that moment, like the hero from an ancient tale, perfect, untouchable, eternal. He never saw them coming. The blades, forged from destined death, struck true, one, then another, then more, silent, efficient, merciless. The rune of death flowed through the wounds, corrupting, consuming, destroying. Godwyn the Golden, the perfect prince, the hope of the age, fell without a sound, his body twisted, corrupted by the death curse, beginning its slow transformation into something monstrous. And in that same moment, hundreds of miles away, in the cold halls of Caria Manor, Ranni the Witch took the twin blade and drove it into her own heart. Pain. Not the sharp, sudden pain of a blade, but something deeper, something fundamental, the severing of soul from flesh, of self from vessel, of destiny from will. She felt her Empyrean body dying, the golden grace draining away, the connection to the two fingers severing like a rope cut clean. And she felt her soul tearing free, seeking the vessel she had prepared, the doll waiting in the shadows, empty, ready. The transition was agony, like being pulled apart and reassembled, atom by atom, like drowning and breathing at the same time, like dying and being born in a single, endless moment. But when it was done, when the pain finally faded, she opened her eyes, 4 of them now, in her new form, and she felt, for the first time in her life, truly free. The weight of destiny was gone, the whispers of the two fingers silenced, the golden grace that had marked her as Empyrean extinguished. She was no longer a vessel for the gods. She was simply herself. But the price had been paid. In Lendel, Godwyn lay dead, his body already beginning its grotesque transformation, and in Caria Manor, her Empyrean flesh lay cold and still, a corpse that would never decay, never rot, frozen in death forever. 2 deaths on one night, body and soul divided, destroyed, transformed. The Night of Black Knives had succeeded. The world erupted into chaos. News of Godwyn's death spread like wildfire, the first demigod to truly die, to fall to destined death. It was impossible, unthinkable, a violation of the natural order. Queen Marika, in her grief, shattered the Elden Ring itself, the very foundation of reality. Broken by a mother's anguish, the golden light of the Erd Tree flickered, dimmed, and the Age of Plenty came to an end. The demigods, Marika's children, went to war, each claiming fragments of the Elden Ring, the great runes seeking power, seeking vengeance, seeking to fill the void left by Godwyn's death. The shattering had begun, and the lands between would drown in blood. But Ranni did not stay to watch the chaos unfold. She fled Caria Manor, taking only her most trusted allies, Blade, her shadow loyal unto death, Iji, her counselor wise and patient, and a few others who understood her vision. They traveled to Liurnia's eastern shore, to the ruins of an ancient manor. There, hidden from the world, she would begin the next phase of her plan. Because killing her body was only the first step to truly escape the Golden Order, to forge a new path, she needed more. She needed the tools, the knowledge, the power to challenge the very gods themselves. She needed to find the Dark Moon. The years that followed were years of hiding, of patience, of careful, meticulous planning. Ranni, in her doll body, was diminished in some ways. Her power, though still formidable, was not what it had been, and the world thought her dead. Her Empyrean flesh had been found burned at the top of a tower in Liurnia, a corpse with no soul, a mystery that none could solve. She let them believe she was gone. It was easier that way, safer. The Golden Order, the Two Fingers, they hunted for the Black Knives, for the conspirators, for anyone connected to Godwyn's death. But they did not hunt for ghosts. In her hidden refuge, she studied the texts she had stolen from Caria Manor, the forbidden knowledge of the Nox, of the eternal cities of the age before the Erdtree. She learned of the dark moon that hung in the sky long ago, before the greater will imposed its order, a moon that represented not control, but freedom, not destiny, but choice, not light, but the beauty of darkness and cold and distance. To reach it, to claim its power, she would need to complete a journey, a pilgrimage through the hidden places of the world, through the eternal cities buried deep underground, through the lake of rot where ancient gods lay sleeping, to the very edge of reality itself. It would take decades, perhaps centuries, but she had time. In her doll body, she did not age, did not tire, did not die. She could wait, she could plan, she could be patient. Like the moon itself, distant, cold, eternal, watching from above, never rushing, never faltering, simply shining in the darkness. But she could not do it alone. She needed champions, heroes who would walk the path she could not, who would gather the tools she required, who would face the dangers she could not risk. And so she began to prepare, to lay the groundwork for a quest that would not begin for centuries, a quest that would require a tarnished, a warrior from beyond the lands between, someone with nothing to lose and everything to gain. Someone who would help her reach the stars. But that is a story for later. For now, in the immediate aftermath of the Night of Black Knives, Ranni had more pressing concerns. Her brother, Radahn, had claimed a great rune and was waging war across the southern lands. Her other brother, Rykard, had retreated to Volcano Manor and was, she heard, dabbling in blasphemous arts. And her mother, Rennala, remained in Raya Lucaria, clutching her amber egg, lost in madness and grief. The family she had known was scattered, broken, destroyed by the very events she had set in motion. And for the first time since the Night of Black Knives, Ranni allowed herself to feel the weight of what she had done. Guilt is a strange companion. It does not announce itself with fanfare. It simply settles in like frost creeping across a window, cold, persistent, impossible to ignore. She had known the cost, had accepted it, had willingly paid the price. But knowing and feeling are different things. Godwyn was dead, truly dead, his body becoming something monstrous, spreading death roots across the lands between. The shattering had begun, and thousands would die in the wars to come. Her mother was broken. Her brothers were lost to ambition and madness. The world she had known was ending. And it was all because of her. But she did not turn back, did not regret her choice, because the alternative was worse. The alternative was slavery, was control, was an eternity of servitude to the greater will. She had chosen freedom over safety, chaos over order, the cold, distant, beautiful stars over the warm, suffocating, golden light of the Erd tree. And she would see it through, no matter the cost, no matter how many had to suffer, no matter how long it took. This was her burden, her choice, her path. And she would walk it alone if she had to, through centuries of isolation, through the hatred of the world, through the weight of countless deaths, to the very end. And so, Ranni the Witch disappeared into legend, a ghost haunting the ruins of Liurnia, a name whispered in fear and wonder, the architect of the Night of Black Knives, the one who had killed a god. The world moved on without her. The shattering raged. The demigods fought and died and were reborn. The tarnished were exiled, cast out beyond the fog. And through it all, Ranni waited in her hidden tower, surrounded by her loyal few, planning, studying, preparing for the day when a champion would come, when the stars would align, when her quest could finally begin. That day was still centuries away. But she had learned patience. She had time. To live in porcelain is to know a peculiar kind of existence. There is no warmth, no pulse beneath the skin, no breath filling lungs, no heartbeat marking time, just stillness, perfect, eternal, unchanging stillness. Ranni, in her dull body, felt the weight of this every moment, the cold that never faded, the smoothness of joints that moved without muscle, without sinew, 4 arms a mockery of divine heritage, a reminder of what she had rejected. She did not sleep, could not sleep. The doll had no need for rest, for dreams, for the small death that mortals embrace each night. Instead, she simply was, existing in the tower room, moonlight, streaming through the tall window, dust motes floating in silver beams. The same room, the same light, the same endless moment, stretching across decades. Sometimes she would stand at the window for days, watching the moon wax and wane, watching the stars wheel overhead, watching the world below continue without her. The porcelain felt nothing, no texture of wind on skin, no warmth of sunlight, no cold of winter frost, just awareness, distant, removed, like watching life through thick glass. But her mind remained sharp, focused, patient, thinking, planning, remembering, the memories of her Empyrean flesh still vivid, still real, the warmth she had known, the sensations she had felt before the Night of Black Knives. She remembered what it was to be alive, and in remembering, she understood what she had sacrificed, what she had chosen to lose. But she did not regret it, because this cold, porcelain existence was freedom, and freedom was worth any price. She was not entirely alone. 3 companions remained loyal through the long years of isolation, each bound to her by different ties, each serving different purposes, each walking toward their own inevitable fate. Blade, the half-wolf, was the first, her shadow created by the 2 fingers, bound to protect her, to guide her toward godhood. But he had chosen differently, had chosen her over his purpose, her freedom over his duty. He stood guard outside her tower day and night, a sentinel against threats that rarely came. His loyalty was absolute, unquestioning, pure. He asked for nothing, expected nothing, simply served. But Ranni knew what the two fingers had built into him, a compulsion, a hidden command that would activate if she strayed too far from their plan. When the time came, when she completed her journey, Blade would turn on her, not by choice, but by design. He would become the very thing he had sworn to protect her from, and she would have to watch as he tore himself apart, fighting the programming that would consume him. She had always known, from the moment she accepted his service, she knew how it would end, and still she let him stay, let him believe in their friendship, in their bond, in the lie that loyalty could overcome fate. They served her, they trusted her, they would die for her, and she knew, she had always known what their service would cost. Iji, the war counselor, was different, ancient, even by troll standards, wise beyond measure. He had served House Caria for centuries, had watched empires rise and fall, had seen the coming of the Earth Tree and remembered the age before. He worked in his forge at the base of the tower, crafting weapons, maintaining armor, offering counsel when asked. His massive hands could shape metal with delicate precision, could create tools of war or instruments of art. He understood her plan perhaps better than anyone, understood the cost, the sacrifice, the necessity of what she was attempting, and he supported it, not out of blind loyalty, but because he agreed, because he too had seen the tyranny of the Golden Order, the prison it had made of the world. "The path you walk, Princess Ranni," he would say, his voice like grinding stone, "leads to a cold and lonely place, but perhaps that is better than the warm, suffocating embrace of false gods." She trusted him more than anyone, trusted his wisdom, his judgment, his unwavering support, and she knew that when the end came, when her enemies finally found her tower, Iji would stand against them, would fight to give her time to escape, would die defending a cause he believed in. They served her, they trusted her, they would die for her, and she knew she had always known what their service would cost. And then there was Seluvis, the preceptor, the puppet master, the one she trusted least of all. He was useful, brilliant even, his knowledge of sorcery unmatched, his skill with puppets and enchantments invaluable. But he was also ambitious, cruel, twisted by his own dark desires. She kept him at arm's length, used his talents without giving him her confidence, watched him carefully, knowing that his loyalty was conditional, that he served his own interests first and hers only when they aligned. He dreamed of turning the world into puppets, of controlling everything, of becoming a god in his own right. Petty ambitions, small compared to her vision, but dangerous nonetheless. She would use him as long as he was useful, and when he inevitably betrayed her or tried to, she would deal with him accordingly. He was a tool, nothing more, a necessary evil in the grand design. They served her, they trusted her, they would die for her, and she knew, she had always known what their service would cost. The years passed like water through fingers. Outside her tower, the world burned, the shattering raged on, demigods warring for fragments of the Elden Ring, for power, for glory, for the right to rule. She watched from her window as the lands between tore itself apart. Her brother Radahn the mighty, the undefeated, held back the very stars themselves with his gravitational magic, but the scarlet rot consumed him, slowly turning the proud warrior into a mindless beast, feasting on corpses in the Kaled wastes. She remembered him as he was, the boy who loved his scrawny horse, who studied gravity magic to keep riding as he grew. Now he was a monster, a tragedy, a cautionary tale about the cost of ambition. Her other brother, Rykard, had retreated to Volcano Manor, and there, in his blasphemous experiments, had fed himself to a great serpent. Seeking to devour the gods themselves, he had become something neither man nor beast, a grotesque fusion of flesh and scale. She remembered him as he was, the cunning praetor who shared her resentment of the Golden Order. Now he was lost, consumed by the very power he sought to control. The family she had known was gone, scattered, broken, destroyed by the very events she had set in motion, and she, in her tower, could only watch as the consequences of her choices rippled across the world. Guilt and necessity warred within her, but necessity always won, because the alternative was worse, always worse. And still, the tarnished came. Exiled long ago by Queen Marika, cast out beyond the fog, they returned now, called back by grace, seeking the Elden Ring, seeking to become Elden Lord. She watched them from afar, these warriors from distant lands, these champions and fools who threw themselves against impossible odds. They fought the demigods, they died, they were reborn, at sights of grace they died again. Most were weak, unworthy, destined to fail, and fade into obscurity. But some, a rare few, showed promise, strength, determination, the will to defy even gods. She waited for the right one, the one strong enough to help her complete her journey, the one who could gather the tools she needed, face the dangers she could not risk in her doll form. Decades became centuries. The moon waxed and waned 10,000 times. Seasons changed. Outside her window, spring, summer, autumn, winter, spring again. The distant sounds of war became a constant background rhythm to her existence. But she was patient. She had learned patience. Like the moon itself, she could wait forever if necessary. Because her goal was not the Elden Ring, not godhood under the Golden Order, not power in the traditional sense. Her true goal lay hidden deep beneath the world. The dark moon, not the pale reflection that hung in the sky, but the true dark moon, the one that existed before, the greater will before, the Erdtree before, gods claimed dominion over the lands between. It waited in the lake of rot, in the depths of the eternal cities, in places where even the Golden Order's light could not reach, a moon that represented not control but freedom, not destiny but choice, not the warm embrace of order, but the cold, beautiful truth of the cosmos. To reach it, she would need to complete an impossible journey through the underground, through ancient ruins, through the very foundations of reality itself. And when she found it, when she claimed its power, she would forge a new ring, not of gold, but of moonlight, not to bind the world, but to free it, an age without gods, without the greater wills, tyranny, an age where beings could choose their own paths. The age of stars, cold, distant, free. It would mean leaving the lands between, behind, taking the order of the world far away into the cosmos, where it could not touch mortal lives, where people could live and die and choose without gods whispering in their ears. She would become a god, yes, but a distant one, a moon in the sky, beautiful, unreachable, offering light but never demanding worship. This was worth everything, every sacrifice, every death, every century of isolation. This was why she had killed Godwyn, why she had destroyed her own body, why she had torn her family apart. For freedom, true, absolute freedom, not just for herself, but for all who would come after. And she would see it through, no matter how long it took. And then, one day, after centuries of waiting, they arrived. A tarnish different from the others. She felt it the moment they approached her tower. Something in the way they moved, the way they carried themselves, not arrogant like so many who sought the Elden Ring, but determined, quiet, focused, unbreakable. They climbed the long stairs to her chamber. She heard their footsteps echoing through stone, steady, unhurried, patient. They did not rush, did not demand, simply came seeking answers. And when they stood before her in the moonlit tower room, she looked at them with her 4 eyes and saw what she had been waiting for. Strength, not just physical, but something deeper, the strength to endure, to persist, to face impossible odds and continue forward. "Art thou a tarnished, I see," she said, her voice soft, distant, like wind through winter trees, "and a seeker of the Elden Ring." She paused, letting the silence stretch, watching them carefully, testing already to see if they would interrupt, if they would demand, if they would prove unworthy. They waited, patient, listening. "Good. I am the witch Ranni," she continued. "I stole a fragment of the rune of death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. The truth offered freely, a test of its own. Would they recoil in horror? Would they attack? Would they understand the necessity of what she had done? "I did it all," she said, and there was no pride in her voice, no shame, just simple statement of fact, the way of centuries behind each word. They stood their ground, did not flinch, did not judge, simply listened, waiting for more. She felt something she had not felt in a very long time, hope. "But the Elden Ring is not what I seek," she said, leaning forward slightly, her porcelain hands folding in her lap. "I have a different path in mind, one that leads far from the Golden Order's grasp." She spoke in riddles then, as she always did, of hidden rings and moonlit paths of journeys through darkness and ancient cities buried deep. She did not explain everything, could not yet. They would need to choose this path freely, without full knowledge of the cost. Because the path ahead would demand everything, would require them to face gods and monsters, to descend into the deepest places of the world, to risk their very soul. "Dost thou wish to serve me?" she asked finally, her 4 eyes fixed upon them. "To walk a path of uncertainty and darkness, to help me achieve what none other could?" The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implication, with promise, with danger. And in that moment, Ranni felt the weight of all the century pressing down, all the waiting, all the planning, all the sacrifice, coming to this single point. If they said yes, if they proved worthy, Then perhaps finally, after so long, her journey could continue, the age of stars could begin, freedom could be won. If they said no, or if they failed, then she would wait again, another century, another millennium, however long it took. She had patience, she had time. But as she looked at this tarnished, standing in the moonlight of her tower, she allowed herself to believe, just for a moment, that perhaps the waiting was finally over. That perhaps the stars had aligned at last. Outside, the wind picked up, whistling through the tower's broken stones. The moon hung full and bright in the sky, casting silver light across the ruins of Liurnia. Inside, Ranni waited for their answer, patient as always, cold as always. But beneath the porcelain, beneath the centuries of isolation, something stirred. Not hope exactly. She had learned long ago not to hope, but possibility. And for now that was enough. The witch in her tower, and the tarnished at her feet, two souls bound by fate or chance or something beyond either. The beginning of the final journey, the first step toward the stars. There are places in the lands between where reality bends, where the laws of nature bow to ancient magic, where up becomes down and down becomes up. The Carian study hall stands as a monument to this defiance. From the outside, it appears as any tower might, stone and mortar, reaching toward the sky. But step inside and the world inverts. What was ceiling becomes floor. What was above now lies below. The very air hums with the residue of Carian sorcery, a magic so profound it rewrote the rules of space itself. This is no accident. This is no trick of architecture. This is purpose. The Carians, masters of the moon and stars, had hidden something here, something so dangerous, so essential, that they wrapped it in layers of impossibility. They made the path itself a puzzle, a test, a barrier that only the worthy could cross. Walk through these inverted halls, feel the disorientation as your mind struggles to reconcile what your eyes see. Chandeliers rise from the floor like strange trees. Staircases descend upward into darkness. The very geometry of the space fights against comprehension. Every step echoes wrong. The sound travels in directions it should not. Up, down, forward, back, all lose meaning in this twisted space. Your stomach churns with vertigo, even as your feet remain planted on solid stone. The hum grows louder as you descend, or perhaps ascend, through the tower. It vibrates in your teeth, in your bones, a frequency that existed before words, before thought. This is the sound of old magic, Carian magic, moon magic, still alive in the stones after all these years. And there, at the heart of this impossible place, resting on what was once the ceiling, now the floor, protected by the very disorientation that makes this tower a labyrinth, the curse mark of death. Half a rune, half a destiny, the other piece of the puzzle that Ranni needs to break free from the greater will's design. Pick it up, feel its weight, not the physical weight, for this mark weighs nothing in your hand, but the metaphysical weight, the burden of what it represents. This is a fragment of death itself, carved from the rune that Marika removed from the Elden Ring. This is the power that was stolen from the world, the natural order that was broken. The mark pulses with a cold energy, not the warmth of life, but the chill of endings. It hums with the same frequency as the tower itself, as if the Carian magic that inverted this space was specifically designed to contain it, to hide it, to keep it safe until the right moment, until the right person came to claim it. The air grows heavier as you hold it. The hum of ancient magic intensifies. The tower knows, it recognizes that its purpose has been fulfilled, that the secret it guarded for so long has finally been revealed. This curse mark, combined with the one Ranni already possesses, will give her the power she needs, the power to challenge fate itself, the power to die on her own terms and be reborn beyond the reach of any god. But first, you must bring it to her. First, you must complete the journey she set you upon. And that journey leads down beneath the earth, down to a place that should not exist, down to a city buried in darkness, where stars shine in cavern ceilings, and the ancient knocks still whisper their secrets. Down to Nokron. There are legends, old even by the standards of the lands between, of cities that angered the greater will, cities whose people reached too far, sought too much, dared to challenge the order of the gods themselves. The punishment was absolute. Burial, not in earth, but beneath it. Entire civilizations swallowed by the ground, entombed in caverns so deep that sunlight became a myth, a memory, a dream of something lost forever. Nokron is such a place. The Eternal City, they called it. Eternal not because it would last forever, but because it would never truly die. Trapped in a state between existence and oblivion, its streets frozen in the moment of its fall, its people scattered to shadow and memory. For ages, it remained sealed, inaccessible, hidden beneath layers of stone and earth so thick that even the gods forgot it was there. Until Radahn fell, the star scourge, who held the very stars in place with his gravitational magic, finally defeated, and when he fell, the stars fell with him. They crashed into the earth like burning tears, and one massive star struck the ground above Nokron with such force that it tore open the seal. The path opened. Descend now, through the crater, through the broken earth, down into the darkness that has waited for centuries, down, until the surface world becomes a distant memory, until the weight of the earth above presses on your shoulders like the weight of time itself. And then light, not sunlight, not torchlight, but starlight. Look up. The ceiling of this impossible cavern is studded with lights, thousands of them, glowing with a soft blue radiance, artificial stars, created by the Nox, the people who once lived here. They could not have the real sky, so they made their own, a false heaven for a buried city. The light is cold, but beautiful. It casts everything in shades of silver and blue. It makes the city look like a dream, like something that exists between waking and sleeping, between life and death. Walk through these streets of silver stone. Your footsteps echo in the emptiness. The only sound in a city that has known silence for longer than most kingdoms have existed. The buildings stand intact, their architecture elegant and strange, all curves and flowing lines, as if the stone was water that froze mid-flow. The Nox once lived here, the people of the night who worshipped the dark moon, who created weapons that could kill the unkillable, who reached for power that the gods deemed forbidden. They are gone now, scattered, transformed, punished for their ambition, but their works remain. In a hidden chamber, beneath a waterfall that flows upward, defying gravity just as the Carian Tower defied space, you find it. The Finger Slayer blade. It looks almost organic, like a twisted spine, like something that grew rather than was forged. The metal, if it is metal, is dark and strange, covered in patterns that hurt to look at too long. This is not a weapon made by conventional means. This is something created through forbidden knowledge, through magic that the greater will sought to erase from the world. Pick it up. Feel how it seems to drink in the starlight around it, how the air grows colder in its presence. This blade was designed for one purpose, and one purpose only: to kill a god's vassal, to sever the connection between the divine and the mortal, to cut the strings that bind the lands between to the greater will's design. This is what Ranni needs. This is the weapon that will allow her to complete her plan, to kill the Two Fingers, the representatives of the greater will, and break free from their control. The weight of it in your hand is significant, not just physical weight, but the weight of consequence. This blade has ended divine servants before. It will do so again. The echo of your footsteps follows you as you leave, walking back through those empty silver streets, beneath those false stars, carrying a weapon that should not exist, toward a future that the gods never intended. The city watches you go, silent and eternal, keeping its secrets, keeping its silence, waiting for the next person brave enough or foolish enough to seek what it has hidden. Up, 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 back toward the surface, back toward the light of the real sun. But your journey is not finished, not yet. There is one more trial, one more test, one more place you must go before you can return to Ranni. And it waits below, deeper still, in a place where even the Nox feared to tread. There are poisons in the lands between, and then there is the scarlet rot. Not a poison, but a corruption, not a disease, but a force of nature, twisted and wrong, that consumes everything it touches: flesh, stone, metal, hope. All dissolve in its presence, all become part of the rot itself. The lake of rot is the heart of this corruption. A vast underground sea, glowing with a sickly orange light, stretching as far as the eye can see in the darkness beneath the earth. The surface bubbles and hisses, releasing vapors that burn the lungs, that make the eyes water, that carry the stench of decay so thick you can taste it. This is not water. This is liquid rot, concentrated and pure, deep enough to drown in, toxic enough to melt flesh from bone in moments, and you must cross it. There is no other way, the path to the Moonlight altar. The place where Ranni has hidden what you seek lies on the other side of this lake, and so you must walk, carefully, slowly, across platforms of stone that rise barely above the surface, that are slick with moisture, that crumble at the edges. Each step is a risk. Each movement must be deliberate, calculated, precise. One misstep, one slip, and you fall into the rot, and the rot does not forgive. The stench is overwhelming. It fills your nose and your mouth, your lungs. The smell of things that should have died long ago, but continue to exist in a state of perpetual decay. Sweet and sour and rotten all at once. A smell that makes your stomach turn, that makes you want to retch, but you cannot. You must focus. You must keep moving. The heat rises from the lake, not the clean heat of fire, but a wet, oppressive heat that makes your skin crawl, that makes sweat bead on your forehead and mix with the moisture in the air. You can feel the rot trying to take hold, trying to seep into your pores, into your wounds, into any opening it can find. Slowly, slowly, one step at a time, the journey across feels endless, each platform a small victory, each gap crossed a triumph of will over fear. And then, rising from the rot itself, you see it, the grand cloister, a massive structure built into the cavern wall, carved from stone that has somehow resisted the corruption, though orange stains creep up its sides like grasping fingers. This is a temple, a place of worship, but not to any god you would recognize. The pests gather here, massive insectoid creatures, born from the rot, shaped by it, devoted to it. They tend to this place. They worship the corruption. They see beauty in the decay, purpose in the dissolution of all things. They do not welcome intruders. Fight through them, or slip past them, whatever you must do. The path continues, up through the cloister, up through passages that wind through the stone, up towards something that feels impossible. Fresh air. The burning in your lungs begins to ease. The stench fades, replaced by something clean, something pure. The oppressive heat gives way to a cool breeze. And then, suddenly, you emerge. The moonlight altar. After the horror of the lake of rot, this place feels like a dream, a plateau, open to the sky, bathed in soft silver moonlight. Grass grows here, real grass, green and alive, swaying gently in the wind. Trees stand tall, their leaves rustling with a sound like whispered secrets. The relief is overwhelming. Solid ground beneath your feet, clean air in your lungs, the beauty of moonlight after the horror of rot. This is the reward for perseverance, for pushing through the unbearable, for refusing to turn back. And ahead, rising against the night sky, you see your destination. The Cathedral of Manus Silis. The cathedral stands in ruins, but beautiful ruins, noble ruins, ruins that speak of something that was once magnificent and remains so even in its decay. The roof is gone, collapsed or perhaps never completed, leaving the interior open to the night sky. Moonlight pours down through the empty space, illuminating everything in silver and shadow, making the broken pillars look like ancient trees, making the cracked floor look like a river of stone. This was a place of worship once, not to the Golden Order, not to the Erd Tree, but to something older, something that existed before the Greater Will claimed dominion over the lands between. The Dark Moon. Walk through these ruins, your footsteps soft on stone worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. The walls still stand, covered in carvings, in symbols, in writing that speaks of lunar cycles and celestial movements, of magic that draws power from the night itself. The air here feels different, charged, but not with danger, with potential, with possibility. This is a place where the veil between worlds grows thin, where the influence of the gods weakens, where something else, something ancient and vast and unknowable, can be felt. And there, at the heart of the cathedral, beneath the open sky, beneath the gaze of the moon itself, a ring, not gold, but silver, not warm, but cold. It rests on a small altar, untouched by time, gleaming in the moonlight as if it were forged yesterday. This is what Ranni left here. This is what she hid so long ago, when she planned her rebellion, when she set in motion the events that would free her from the god's design. Pick it up. Feel the cold metal against your skin. Feel how it seems to pulse with the same rhythm as the moonlight, as if the two are connected, as if this ring is a piece of the moon itself, given form and purpose. And beside it, another gift, the Dark Moon Greatsword, a blade of pure moonlight, crystallized and solid, glowing with an inner radiance that illuminates the darkness around it. The metal, if it can be called metal, is translucent, like ice, like glass, like frozen starlight. Patterns swirl within it, constellations and galaxies, entire universes contained within the blade. This is Ranni's power, made manifest. This is the magic she mastered, the force she commanded, the legacy she left behind. Lift it, feel its weight, substantial but not heavy, as if the blade exists partially in this world and partially in another. When you swing it, it leaves trails of silver light in the air, like shooting stars, like the path of the moon across the night sky. Here, beneath the earth, beneath the rot, here where no god could see, here she had hidden her future. Here she had prepared for the day when someone would come, someone brave enough, loyal enough, foolish enough to help her complete what she started. Here, in this ruined cathedral, open to the sky, you hold the tools of her rebellion. The ring that will bind you to her cause, the sword that will defend you on the path ahead, and the knowledge, heavy and certain, that you have passed the point of no return. The moon watches from above, silent and eternal, bearing witness to this moment. The wind whispers through the broken walls, carrying secrets, carrying promises, carrying the weight of choices made and choices yet to come. You are ready, almost. One more thing remains, one more discovery, one more revelation, before you can return to her. In a chamber beneath the cathedral, hidden behind a wall that crumbles at your touch, you find her. Or rather, you find what she left behind. The doll, Ranni's body, the vessel she inhabited when you first met her, lies on the ground, motionless, lifeless, discarded like a garment no longer needed. The sight is unsettling. This body, which moved and spoke and seemed so alive, now lies empty, its eyes closed, its limbs arranged carefully, as if she laid herself down to sleep and simply never woke. But this is not sleep. This is abandonment. This is shedding. Approach slowly. Kneel beside the doll. Up close, you can see the craftsmanship, the care that went into creating this form. Every detail perfect, every feature delicate, carved with a precision that speaks of love, of someone who wanted this vessel to be beautiful, even knowing it was temporary. The porcelain skin is cold to the touch, smooth and flawless, unmarked by time or wear. The blue hair, 4 arms, the elegant dress, all exactly as you remember, but empty now, hollow, a shell without a soul. And there, clutched in one of the doll's hands, something small. A miniature version of herself, tiny, barely larger than your thumb, but perfect in every detail. This is the secret she carries now, the form she has taken, small enough to hide, small enough to protect, small enough to escape the notice of those who would stop her. Pick it up, feel how light it is, how fragile, how easily it could be lost or broken. This tiny thing, this miniature doll, contains all that Ranni is now, her consciousness, her will, her purpose, compressed into something that can fit in the palm of your hand. She has moved on to the next phase of her plan. She has shed this larger form like a snake sheds skin, leaving it behind as evidence of transformation, as proof of change, as a reminder that nothing remains the same, that everything must evolve or die. The loneliness of the empty doll is palpable. It lies there, abandoned but not forgotten, a monument to what was, a marker on the path to what will be. You understand now, She is not waiting for you at Ranni's Rise. She is not in any place you can simply walk to. She has gone further, deeper, to a place between worlds, to a realm where only the most committed can follow. She has shed her form, like a snake sheds skin, and now only one task remained, the most dangerous, the most necessary, the death of her own fate. The miniature doll seems to pulse in your hand, warm despite the cold porcelain, alive despite its stillness. This is your connection to her now. This is the thread that will guide you through what comes next. Stand. Leave the empty doll behind, lying in its hidden chamber, a secret that will remain buried beneath the earth, beneath the cathedral, beneath the moonlight. The journey continues, deeper still, into places where even the gods fear to tread, into the space between life and death, between fate and freedom, between what is and what could be. Ranni waits, somewhere beyond, in a form you cannot yet imagine, in a place you cannot yet reach. But you will. You have come this far. You have crossed the lake of rot, claimed the tools she left behind, found the secrets she hid in darkness. You will find her. You will help her complete what she started. Even if it means walking to the very edge of existence itself, even if it means challenging the gods who shaped this world, even if it means, in the end, standing beside her as she burns away everything, including herself, to create something new. The path is clear now, the destination uncertain, but the direction absolute. Forward, always forward, into the darkness, into the unknown, into the future she has chosen. And you, her champion, her blade, her willing accomplice, will walk that path beside her until the very end. There are bonds forged in purpose and bonds forged in love, and sometimes, tragically, the two cannot coexist. Blade, the half-wolf, was created for a single reason: to serve Ranni, to protect her, to be her shadow and her sword. The two fingers, in their infinite manipulation, designed him as the perfect guardian, loyal beyond question, devoted beyond reason. But they built into him a fail-safe, a programming, deep in his very essence, that would activate if Ranni ever turned against the greater will, a compulsion, a madness, a transformation that would turn protector into threat, guardian into executioner. He was loyal, he was true, he was doomed. From the moment of his creation, his end was written. And Ranni knew. She had always known, from the first day she met him, from the first time he swore his service. She understood that her rebellion would cost him everything, that the path she chose would destroy the one who loved her most faithfully. But she walked that path anyway, because the alternative, eternal slavery to the gods, was worse than any personal tragedy. Watch now, as the programming takes hold. Blaidd stands outside Ranni's Rise, the tower where he has kept vigil for so long, but something has changed. His posture, once proud and alert, now hunched and twitching. His breathing, once steady, now comes in ragged gasps, punctuated by low growls that rumble from deep in his chest. The wolf is rising, the man is fading. His mind, that sharp intelligence that made him more than just a beast, fractures under the weight of conflicting commands. Serve Ranni, kill Ranni, protect her, destroy her. The two fingers programming wars with his genuine love, tearing him apart from the inside. Listen, do you hear it? That sound, rising on the wind. Howling. Not the howl of a wolf calling to its pack, but the howl of a creature in agony, a soul being ripped in two, a mind breaking under impossible pressure. It echoes across the Liurnia landscape, mournful and terrible, a sound that makes even the creatures of the night retreat to their dens. The snow around the tower, pristine and white, begins to stain red. He has been fighting, not enemies, but himself, clawing at his own flesh, trying to tear out the compulsion, trying to free himself from the programming that turns him into a weapon against the one he swore to protect. But there is no freedom, not for him, not anymore. E.G. knows, the war counselor, the gentle giant who has served House Caria for centuries, understands what must be done. He has watched Blade since he was created, has seen the bond between the half-wolf and Ranni grow, has hoped, foolishly, that perhaps this time would be different. But fate is not kind to those who defy the gods. The fight, when it comes, is brief, brutal, necessary. Brother against brother, in a way, two servants of Ranni, two who loved her in their own ways, forced into conflict by forces beyond their control. E.G.'s magic, ancient and powerful, against Blade's strength, feral and desperate. The clash of steel rings out in the cold air. The smell of blood, sharp and metallic, mingles with the clean scent of snow. Each strike, each parry, each moment of the battle carries the weight of tragedy, of friendship destroyed, of loyalty twisted into something monstrous. Blade fights with the fury of the mad, with the strength of the doomed, with the desperation of one who knows, in whatever fragment of consciousness remains, that he has become the very thing he swore to prevent. And then, silence. The half-wolf falls, his great sword, the weapon he carried with such pride, clatters to the ground beside him. His breathing, ragged and wet, slows, stops. The snow continues to fall, gentle and indifferent, covering the blood, covering the body, covering the evidence of another sacrifice made in Ranni's name. E.G. stands over him, trembling, not from exertion, but from grief. This was not victory. This was not justice. This was simply, horribly, necessary. The weight of Blade's sword, when E.G. lifts it, feels heavier than it should, not the physical weight, but the weight of memory, of friendship, of a life that could have been different if only the gods had allowed it. Ranni, in her tower, does not weep. She cannot, not anymore, and not in the body she inhabits, but she feels it, the severing of another connection, the loss of another who served her faithfully, the growing loneliness that comes with revolution. She did not forget. She did not forgive herself. She did not stop, because to stop now would make their deaths meaningless. Blade's howl, that final agonized cry, echoes in memory long after the sound has faded, a reminder, a warning, a testament to the cost of defying fate. He was loyal, he was true, he was doomed from the beginning. And his death, like so many others, paves the road to a future he will never see. There are those who serve in the light, celebrated and honored, their deeds recorded in history. And there are those who serve in shadow, whose greatest acts go unwitnessed, whose sacrifices are known only to the few. E.G. was such a servant. For centuries, he had been the war counselor of House Caria, a troll, yes, but not like the mindless beasts that roam the lands between. E.G. possessed a mind as sharp as any scholar, a wisdom deeper than most sages, and a loyalty that never wavered, not once, not ever. He had watched Ranni grow from a child into a demigod, had taught her, guided her, or protected her, had known, long before she spoke the words aloud, that she would one day challenge the very gods themselves. And he had accepted it, accepted his role, accepted the cost, accepted that his service would end not in peaceful retirement, but in fire and blood. The knowledge sat heavy on him, like his great stone helmet, like the weight of centuries, like the burden of loving someone whose destiny leads only to darkness. He knew Ranni's plan, every detail, every contingency, every sacrifice required. He knew about Godwyn, about the Night of Black Knives, about the rebellion that would shake the foundations of the world, and he had helped, quietly, efficiently, asking nothing in return but the chance to see her free. Now, as he tends the forge outside his tower, as he works the bellows and shapes the metal, he knows they are coming. The Black Knife assassins, silent as death, swift as shadow, the same ones who killed Godwyn, who set Ranni's plan in motion, who now come to tie up loose ends, to eliminate those who know too much, to erase the evidence of conspiracy. He could run, he could hide, he could use his magic to escape, to flee to some distant corner of the lands between where they might never find him. But he does not. Because his death, like blades, like so many others, serves a purpose. It removes a thread that could be pulled, a witness that could be questioned, a link between Ranni and the Night of Black Knives, his sacrifice, his silence, his willingness to face the end, protects her, even now, even in death. The flames of his forge burn bright as the sun sets, orange and red and gold, casting long shadows across the snow, warming the cold air, crackling and popping as the wood burns, as the metal heats, as the final hours pass. He does not stop working, does not pause in his craft. If these are his last moments, he will spend them as he spent his life, in service, in purpose, in the quiet dignity of labor. The assassins come with nightfall. They move like smoke, like whispers, like bad dreams. Their blades, black as the void, gleam with the red rune of death, the same power that killed a demigod, now turned against a loyal servant. Iji does not fight, not because he cannot, but because he will not. This is his choice, his final act of loyalty, his last gift to the one he served for so long. The flames spread quickly, from the forge to the tower, from the tower to the surrounding structures. Hungry and hot and merciless, the heat is intense, overwhelming, the air shimmering with it, the stone itself beginning to crack and blacken under the assault. The smell of smoke fills the air, thick and choking, mixed with the scent of burning wood, burning cloth, burning flesh. It rises in a great column, visible for miles, a beacon, a funeral pyre, a monument to sacrifice. The crackle of flames drowns out all other sound, the roar of fire consuming everything, the crash of collapsing stone, the hiss of snow melting in the heat. It is deafening, all-consuming, final. And then, slowly, the tower falls, stone by stone, beam by beam, collapsing inward, sending up showers of sparks that dance like fireflies in the darkness, that rise toward the stars like prayers, like souls ascending, like the last breath of a life well lived. When morning comes, when the flames have finally died, when only smoke and ash remain, his helmet sits among the ruins, untouched, somehow, by the fire that consumed everything else. That great stone helm, cracked but intact, a memorial, a marker, a reminder of the cost. Another friend lost, Another sacrifice required, the loneliness growing, spreading, becoming as much a part of Ranni's journey as the magic she wields or the destiny she pursues. E.g., the gentle giant, the wise counselor, the faithful servant is gone. But his purpose, his final act, his willing sacrifice, lives on in the path he helped clear, in the future he helped make possible, in the freedom he died to protect. The smoke rises, dissipates, fades into the morning sky, and the world moves on, as it always does, indifferent to individual tragedy, uncaring of personal loss. But Ranni remembers. She carries the weight of it, the knowledge of it, the guilt and gratitude intertwined. Another name added to the list of those who died for her vision. Another reason she cannot, will not, must not fail. Not all who serve do so with pure hearts. Not all who offer loyalty do so without ulterior motive. Not all who smile are friends. Seluvis, the preceptor, the sorcerer, the schemer, wore the mask of servitude while plotting dominion. His tower, filled with puppets, tells the story of his true nature, not dolls, not constructs, but people transformed, their souls trapped in porcelain shells, their wills subsumed, their identities erased, leaving only obedient vessels for his amusement, his use, his collection. He called it magic, he called it art, he called it the perfection of the imperfect, the improvement of flawed humanity, the creation of beings who could not disappoint, could not betray, could not refuse. But it was slavery, pure and simple, the theft of autonomy, the murder of self, the reduction of living beings to objects, to toys, to things. And he wanted more. His ambition, vast and foolish, extended even to Ranni herself. He believed, in his arrogance, that he could control even a demigod, that his potions and his magic could reduce her to just another puppet in his collection, another prize to display, another will to dominate. He did not understand, could not understand, that Ranni, who had killed her own body to escape the gods, who had orchestrated the death of a demigod, who had set in motion events that shook the foundations of the world, would never, could never be controlled by anyone. His schemes unraveled quietly, his plots discovered, his potions useless, his confidence misplaced. The puppet master, who thought himself clever, who believed himself indispensable, learned too late that those who play with gods become playthings themselves. His death came quietly, no grand battle, no dramatic confrontation, no final words of wisdom or regret. Simply, one day, he was found in his tower, slumped over his work, another casualty of ambition that reached too far. Some say Vidya killed him, the servant who knew too many secrets. Some say Ranni herself ended him, a quiet removal of a threat, efficient and final. Some say his own magic turned against him, that the souls he trapped found a way to exact revenge. The truth matters less than the lesson. He earned his fate not through loyalty twisted by programming, like Bled, not through willing sacrifice, like Iji, but through arrogance, through cruelty, through the belief that he could master forces beyond his comprehension. His tower stands, filled with his puppets, his collection, his crimes preserved in porcelain, a monument to hubris, to the danger of treating people as objects, to the inevitable fall of those who seek to control rather than serve. There is less sympathy here, less tragedy. His death, unlike the others, feels earned, deserved, a natural consequence of choices made. But still, another connection severed, another member of Ranni's circle gone, the loneliness growing, the isolation deepening, the weight of her path becoming heavier with each loss. Even the unworthy, even the treacherous, even those who deserved their fate, their absence leaves a mark, a hollow space, a reminder that the road to freedom is walked increasingly alone. Seluvis, the puppet master, became himself a puppet of fate, dancing to strings he never saw, falling when those strings were cut. And the world, indifferent as always, moved on. In the quiet moments, when the tower is still, when the wind whispers through the stones, when the moon hangs heavy in the sky, Ranni remembers. Godwyn, the golden, the first to die, his soul murdered, his body corrupted, transformed into the Prince of Death, spreading death root across the lands between. She remembers his face before the night of black knives, before she stole half the curse mark, before she set in motion his eternal suffering. He was innocent. He was kind. He was everything the Golden Order claimed to represent, and she killed him, not out of hatred, but out of necessity, because his death was the key, the catalyst, the spark that would ignite her rebellion. Blade, her shadow, her faithful guardian, driven mad by programming he could not resist, forced to become the very thing he swore to prevent, dying in the snow, alone, confused, betrayed by the gods who created him. She remembers his loyalty, his devotion, his unwavering service, and the knowledge, always there, that she was leading him to his doom. Iji, her counselor, her teacher, her friend for centuries, choosing to burn rather than flee, accepting death to protect her secrets, to shield her from consequences, to serve her one final time. She remembers his wisdom, his patience, his gentle strength, and the weight of knowing he died because she asked him to. Seluvis, treacherous though he was, still a piece of her circle, still a connection, however poisoned to the world she left behind. Even his death, deserved as it was, adds to the tally, to the cost, to the price of revolution. And beyond these, countless others, the soldiers who died in the shattering, the wars that followed her rebellion, the innocents caught in the crossfire of demigods fighting for power, for fragments of the Elden Ring, for dominion over a broken world, the tarnished who fell attempting to claim the throne, to become Elden Lord, to restore order to chaos. How many deaths can be laid at her feet? How much blood stains her hands, even hands she no longer possesses? The question rises, inevitable, inescapable. Is freedom worth this price? The silence stretches, heavy with the weight of the dead, with the burden of choices made, with the knowledge of choices yet to come. And then her answer, quiet but absolute. It must be, because the alternative is eternal slavery. Not just for her, but for everyone, every soul in the lands between, bound to the greater will's design, forced to play roles written by distant gods, denied the right to choose, to change, to become something other than what fate demands. The Golden Order, beautiful in its promises, terrible in its execution, offers only one path, one truth, one way to exist. Step outside that path, and you are tarnished, cast out, denied grace, marked as unworthy. This is not order, this is tyranny. This is a cage made of gold, but a cage nonetheless. Her rebellion, bloody and costly as it is, offers something the gods never could. Choice. The freedom to fail, to succeed, to forge your own path, to make your own mistakes, to become whatever you choose to become, without the interference of distant powers who claim to know what is best. She did not forget. She did not forgive herself. She did not stop, because to stop now would make their deaths meaningless. Every sacrifice, every loss, every drop of blood spilled becomes a brick in the foundation of a new world, a world without gods, without fate, without the crushing weight of predetermined destiny. The dead cannot be brought back, the past cannot be changed, the guilt cannot be erased. But the future can be different. And so she continues, carrying the weight, bearing the burden, accepting the cost. Not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. Not because she is without regret, but because regret without action is meaningless. Not because the price is acceptable, but because the alternative is worse. The moon watches, silent and distant, offering no judgment, no absolution, no comfort. Only light, cold and clear and honest, illuminating the path forward, however dark it may be. One final journey remains, one last trial before the end can begin. The tarnished must become Elden Lord first, must claim the throne, must touch the Elden Ring, must prove themselves worthy in the eyes of the world, if not the gods. This is the paradox, the cruel joke, the final irony. To help Ranni escape the Golden Order, you must first become its champion. To break the system, you must first master it. To walk away from the throne, you must first sit upon it. Ranni waits, always waiting, in her tower, in her solitude. The miniature doll, small and fragile, contains all that she is now. Her consciousness, her will, her purpose, compressed into something that can hide, that can endure, that can survive until the moment is right. The preparations are complete. The finger slayer blade, claimed from Nokron, the curse mark, retrieved from the inverted tower, the ring, waiting at the moonlight altar, all the pieces gathered, ready, positioned for the final move. But first, the Erdtree, the seat of power, the heart of the Golden Order, the place where it all began and where it all must end. The path leads through fire and ash, through the corpse of the world, through the ruins of kingdoms, through the bones of those who tried and failed, past Lendel, the capital, now burning, now crumbling, now a monument to the shattering's devastation. Past the giants, the dragons, the gods themselves, through trials that would break lesser beings, through challenges that test not just strength, but will, determination, the refusal to give up even when every rational thought screams to turn back. And so the tarnished walks, one step at a time, one battle at a time, one impossible obstacle at a time. Through fire and ash, through the corpse of the world, to claim a throne, they would immediately abandon for a queen who offered not gold, but stars. The Erdtree looms ahead, massive and burning, a pillar of light and flame that reaches from earth to sky, that dominates the horizon, that calls to all who would be Lord. Inside, the Elden Ring waits, shattered, incomplete, yearning to be whole. Inside, the final battle waits, against gods, against fate, against the very order of existence. Inside, the moment approaches when choice becomes action, when possibility becomes reality, when the future, uncertain and terrifying and free, finally begins. The journey, long and bloody and costly, nears its end. But the true beginning, the age Ranni envisions, the world without gods, the freedom she died to achieve, what lies just beyond, in the space between stars, in the darkness that follows, in the cold and certain night that comes after. One more step, one more battle, one more impossible choice. And then, finally, the age of stars can begin. The journey is complete, the trials endured, the throne claimed, the title of Elden Lord yours. But it means nothing. Not to you, not anymore. The golden throne sits empty behind you, abandoned the moment you rose from it, because what you seek, what you truly desire, lies not in the light of the Erd Tree, but in the darkness beyond. You return to the Cathedral of Manus Celis, that ruined place, open to the sky, where moonlight pours down like water, like silver rain, illuminating the broken stones, the ancient carvings, the remnants of worship to something older than the Golden Order. The cold of deep earth surrounds you, not the cold of winter, but something deeper, more fundamental, the cold of space, of the void between stars, of places where warmth has never reached and never will. Your footsteps echo in the silence, each step deliberate, measured, carrying you deeper into the cathedral, toward the center, toward the place where everything converges. And there, in the heart of the ruins, beneath the open sky, beneath the gaze of the moon itself, you find her. Not the doll, not the miniature, not the vessel or the shell, but her, Ranni's true form, or what remains of it, a spirit, an essence, a consciousness freed from flesh, existing in the space between life and death, between physical and ethereal. She glows with a soft blue light, like moonlight made solid, like starlight given form. Four arms, spectral and translucent, move with grace that defies physics, that suggests she exists partially in this world and partially in another. Her face, beautiful and terrible, regards you with eyes that have seen beyond the veil, that have looked into the abyss and chosen to walk into it willingly. The stillness is absolute, no wind, no sound, no movement except for the gentle pulse of her ethereal form, like breathing, like a heartbeat, like the rhythm of the cosmos itself. This is the moment, the culmination of everything, every battle fought, every sacrifice made, every step taken on this long and bloody path. All of it leads here, to this ruined cathedral, to this spectral figure, to this choice. Will you serve her? Will you walk her path? Will you abandon the throne you just claimed, the power you just earned, the destiny the Golden Order laid out for you? Will you choose, instead, the cold and distant stars, the freedom that comes with isolation, the liberation that comes with leaving everything behind, an age without gods, without warmth, without the comfort of certainty? She does not speak, not yet. She simply waits, patient as the moon, eternal as the stars, knowing that this choice cannot be rushed, cannot be forced, must be made freely or not at all. The weight of the moment presses down, heavy as mountains, heavy as the expectations of the world, heavy as the future itself. Behind you, the path back to the surface, to the Erd Tree, to the Golden Order, to everything familiar and known, a return to light, to warmth, to the world as it has always been. Before you, Ranni, offering something else entirely, a journey into darkness, into cold, into the unknown, into a future that has never existed, that may never work, that promises only freedom, not happiness. The moonlight illuminates everything, casting no shadows, hiding nothing, revealing the choice in all its stark clarity. And in that moment, in that perfect stillness, in that space between heartbeats, you decide. You step forward, toward her, toward the dark, toward the stars. The choice made, the path chosen, the future uncertain but yours. And Ranni, seeing your decision, seeing your commitment, seeing that you understand the cost and accept it anyway, finally speaks. Her voice, when it comes, is like wind through ancient stones, like water over glass, like the whisper of the cosmos itself, soft, but carrying absolute certainty, absolute power, the voice of one who has transcended the limitations of flesh, who has become something more, something other. Thou hast proven thy worth, tarnished. No longer hiding, no longer waiting, no longer bound by caution or fear or the need for secrecy. This is Ranni at her full power, her true self, the demigod who killed her own body, who orchestrated the death of a god, who set the world ablaze to forge it anew. The dark moon. Greatsword materializes in the air before you. That blade of pure moonlight, crystallized starlight, frozen beauty. It pulses with power, with potential, with the magic of the cosmos made manifest. This is her gift, her blessing, the tool with which you will defend her vision. The ring, or that circle of silver and moonlight, appears next, not gold, never gold, cold metal, inscribed with runes that shift and change, that seem to contain entire galaxies, entire universes, compressed into a band that fits around your finger. This is the symbol of her age, the mark of those who choose the path of stars, who reject the warmth of the earth tree for the cold certainty of the void. She speaks of her vision, and her words paint pictures of a future unlike anything the lands between has ever known. An age without gods, without the greater will, without the two fingers, without distant powers dictating the course of existence. No divine mandates, no holy orders, no fate written in the stars that cannot be changed. No warmth, but no chains, no comfort, but no control, no gods, but no slavery. This is the age she offers. Cold, yes. Distant, certainly. Free as the stars themselves, absolutely. It will not be easy. It will not be kind. It will not promise happiness or peace or the gentle guidance of benevolent deities. It will offer only the terrible, beautiful freedom to choose, to fail, to succeed, to become whatever you will, without interference, without limitation, without the crushing weight of predetermined destiny. Some will thrive in this age, others will falter, many will long for the certainty of the old ways, for the comfort of knowing their place, their purpose, their path laid out before them. But that is the nature of freedom. It is not a gift, but a burden, not a blessing, but a responsibility. The right to choose comes with the weight of consequence. And Ranni, who has sacrificed everything for this vision, who has killed and died and endured centuries of isolation, offers it now, not as a promise of paradise, but as a chance, a possibility, an opportunity. The dark moon rises in her eyes, reflected, magnified, made manifest, that celestial body, cold and beautiful, that has watched over the lands between since before the Erd Tree, since before the Golden Order, since before the gods themselves claimed dominion. It is ancient, it is eternal, it is free. And now, through Ranni, through you, through this moment, it will guide the world into a new age. No warmth, but no chains, no comfort, but no control, no gods, but no slavery. This is the age she offers. This is the future you have chosen. This is the path from which there is no return. Beneath the cathedral, hidden, secret, waiting, a path descends. Not stairs, not a tunnel, not anything so mundane, but a way down, nonetheless, deeper than deep, further than far, into places that exist beyond the normal geography of the world. The coffin waits at the edge, ancient, ornate, carved with symbols that predate language, that speak of journeys between worlds, of passages to places that exist outside the normal flow of time and space. It is not a coffin for the dead, but a vessel for the living, a boat of sorts, designed to carry travelers through realms where walking is impossible, where the very concept of ground and sky becomes meaningless. You lie within it, the interior, surprisingly comfortable, lined with fabric that feels like silk, like water, like nothing at all. The lid closes, not trapping, but sheltering, protecting you from what lies ahead. And then you fall. Not down, exactly, though that is the closest word, but away, inward, through, beyond. The sensation is unlike anything you have experienced. Weightlessness, but not floating. Movement, but not motion. Progress, but not through space as you understand it. Down, 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 through earth and stone and darkness, through layers of reality, through the boundaries between worlds, through the membrane that separates the physical from the ethereal. The darkness is absolute, not the darkness of night, which still contains the possibility of light, but the darkness of the void, of space, of places where light has never been and never will be. Water drips somewhere, distant, echoing. The sound carries, distorts, becomes something other than water, other than dripping, a rhythm, a pulse, a heartbeat of the earth itself. The cold intensifies, not gradually, but in waves, each one deeper, more profound, more fundamental than the last. The cold of deep earth, of ancient places, of the space between stars. Time becomes meaningless. Are you falling for seconds, minutes, hours, days? There is no way to know, no way to measure, no reference point except the endless descent, the continuous movement through darkness. The coffin, your vessel, your protection, moves with purpose, with direction, guided by forces you cannot see, cannot understand, can only trust. This is Ranni's path, prepared long ago, waiting for the one who would walk it with her. Deeper, always deeper, leaving the world behind, leaving the surface, leaving everything familiar and known, moving towards something else, something other, something that exists in the spaces the gods never claimed, never touched, never knew existed. The sense of distance grows, not measured in miles but in separation, in the growing gulf between where you are and where you were, between the world above and the realm below. Your breath, steady, calm, echoing softly in the confined space. Your heartbeat, slow, measured, keeping time with the descent, with the journey, with the passage between worlds. And still, you fall. Down, 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 through earth and stone and darkness, through the foundations of the world, through the bedrock of reality, through the very substrate of existence, until finally, after an eternity, after a moment, after a span of time that cannot be measured or understood, the descent slows. The darkness, still absolute, begins to change, not lighter, but different, charged, somehow, with potential, with presence, with the sense of arrival. The coffin settles, gently, softly, coming to rest on something solid, something real, something that marks the end of falling and the beginning of something else. The lid opens, and you emerge into impossible beauty. The sight that greets you defies description, defies logic, defies everything you thought you knew about the world, about reality, about what is possible. An underground lake, vast, stretching into darkness, but not dark itself. It glows, not with the golden light of the Erd tree, not with the warm glow of fire or sun, but with moonlight, pure, cold, ethereal moonlight, emanating from the water itself, from beneath the surface and from depths that cannot be fathomed. The moonlight altar proper, not the cathedral above, but this, the true heart of Ranni's power, the place where reality bends, where the cosmos touches earth, where the boundary between worlds grows thin enough to cross. The water, perfectly still, reflects nothing, because there is nothing above to reflect, only darkness, only void, only the sense of vast space, of being somewhere that exists outside the normal confines of geography. The glow illuminates everything in shades of blue and silver, casting no shadows, creating no contrast, just gentle, all-encompassing light that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air, if it can be called air, smells of ozone and magic, of electricity and possibility, of the moment before a storm, of the space between lightning and thunder, of power, waiting, coiled, ready. And there, at the center of the lake, standing on the surface as if it were solid ground, Ranni. Her true form, fully manifested, no longer hiding, no longer constrained, no longer diminished. This is what she has become, what she chose to become, what she sacrificed everything to achieve. Spectral, yes, but more real than anything in the world above. 4 arms, graceful, powerful, moving with the rhythm of celestial bodies, with the precision of cosmic mechanics, with the beauty of mathematics made flesh, or the absence of flesh, or something beyond either. Her face, serene, terrible, beautiful beyond words, eyes that contain galaxies, that reflect the void, that see everything, understand everything, accept everything, not human, not anymore, but not inhuman either. Something else, something other, something that exists in the space between. She wears the darkness like a gown, like royalty, like the queen she was always meant to be, not of the lands between, but of the cosmos itself, of the space between stars, of the cold and infinite night. The dark moon, greatsword, rests in her spectral hands, that blade of frozen starlight, of crystallized moonbeams, of beauty made weapon. It pulses in time with her presence, with the glow of the lake, with the rhythm of the universe itself. The ring, that circle of silver and moonlight, hovers before her, waiting, offered, a covenant, a promise, a bond. The sound of water lapping against unseen shores, gentle, rhythmic, hypnotic, not waves exactly, but movement, the lake breathing, alive in ways that defy understanding, that suggest consciousness, awareness, purpose. The cold here does not hurt. It clarifies, sharpens, awakens. This is not the cold of death, but the cold of space, of stars, of places where temperature has meaning beyond comfort or discomfort, where it becomes a fundamental property of existence itself. The ethereal glow intensifies as you approach, as you step onto the water, as you find, impossibly, that it holds your weight, that you can walk upon it as if it were stone, as if the laws of physics here, in this place, are merely suggestions, guidelines, things that can be bent by will and magic. Ranni watches your approach, patient, eternal, knowing that you have come this far, that you have chosen this path, that nothing remains but the final step, the ultimate commitment, the vow that will bind you to her vision, to her age, to her cold and beautiful future. The scent of ozone grows stronger, mixing with something else, something indefinable, the smell of magic, of power, of reality bending, of the moment before transformation, before change, before everything becomes something else. This is the moonlight altar, the true one, hidden beneath the world, existing in the space between, where Ranni has prepared, has waited, has built the foundation for her age of stars. Here, in this impossible place, in this realm of cold beauty and ethereal light, the future will be decided. She speaks, and her voice carries the weight of eternity, the certainty of the cosmos, the finality of choice. I do solemnly swear to every living being and every living soul, now cometh the age of the stars, 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. The words, ancient, powerful, binding, not a spell, but something deeper, more fundamental, a restructuring of reality itself, a declaration that echoes through dimensions, through time, through the very fabric of existence. You kneel, not in submission, but in partnership, not as servant, but as equal, as consort, as the one who will walk beside her into the darkness, into the cold, into the beautiful and terrible unknown. The ring slides onto your finger, cold, perfect, fitting as if it were made for you, as if it has always belonged there, as if this moment was inevitable from the beginning. The dark moon greatsword, offered, accepted, held, the weight of it, substantial, real, a reminder that this is not dream, not vision, but truth, reality, the future made manifest. The vow, spoken, accepted, sealed. Not master and servant, but partners in revolution. Not ruler and subject, but two souls, bound by choice, by will, by the shared vision of a world without gods, without chains, without the crushing weight of divine mandate. The pact is made. And so, with words as old as the moon itself, with oaths that bind deeper than blood, stronger than steel, more permanent than stone, the age of stars begins. The lake glows brighter, responding, acknowledging, celebrating. The moonlight intensifies, spreads, fills the cavern, fills the world, fills everything with cold and beautiful radiance. Ranni's form, already ethereal, becomes more so, translucent, fading, not disappearing but transforming, ascending, moving beyond, taking her place among the stars she has chosen, the darkness she has embraced, the future she has forged. And you, bound to her vision, bound to this cold and certain path, follow. Up, out, beyond, leaving the lands between, leaving the world of gods and gold, leaving everything behind, for the stars, for the darkness, for the freedom that comes with isolation, with distance, with the cold and infinite night. The age of the Erd-tree ends. The age of stars begins. And in that beginning, in that transformation, in that moment of ultimate change, there is, finally, after everything, peace. Not warmth, but no chains. Not comfort, but no control. Not gods, but no slavery. This is the age she offers. This is the future you have chosen. This is the path from which there is no return. And it is, in its cold and terrible beauty, perfect. The moment the vow is sealed, everything changes. Not suddenly, not violently, but inevitably, like dawn, like dusk, like the turning of seasons, a transformation that cannot be stopped, cannot be reversed, can only be witnessed. Ranni ascends, not to godhood, never to godhood. That was never her desire, never her goal. She does not seek to replace the greater will, but to remove it entirely, to sever its influence, to cut the strings, to free the world from the puppet masters who claim dominion since time immemorial. The Elden Ring, that symbol of order, that tool of control, that chain disguised as blessing, its power diminished, its reach severed, its hold on the world broken. The golden light that has bathed the lands between for ages, that has defined reality, that has shaped existence itself, begins to fade. Not extinguished, but receding, pulling back, withdrawing, leaving space for something else, something other, something that has waited in the darkness for its turn. And in its place, starlight. Cold, distant, beautiful, the light of 1,000 suns, so far away they cannot warm, cannot comfort, can only illuminate. Honest light that hides nothing, that promises nothing, that simply is. The gold fades, the warmth fades, the control fades, and in its place, the cold, the distant, the free. Reality shifts, not breaking, but bending, adjusting, accommodating this new truth, this new order, or the absence of order, the presence of choice. The feeling is indescribable, like waking from a dream you didn't know you were having, like removing a weight you didn't know you were carrying, like breathing deeply for the first time after a lifetime of shallow breaths. The sound, if it can be called sound, is like cosmic winds, like the movement of galaxies, like the rotation of the universe itself, a deep, resonant, all-encompassing hum that vibrates through everything, through matter, through spirit, through the very fabric of existence. The stars grow closer, or perhaps the world grows more distant, the boundary between Earth and cosmos thinning, dissolving, becoming permeable, the lands between no longer separate from the universe, but part of it, connected, integrated, free to drift among the celestial bodies that have watched from afar for so long. The greater will's influence, that invisible hand, that guiding force, that controlling presence, gone, not destroyed, but removed, pushed back, denied access, locked out of a world that no longer needs, no longer wants, no longer accepts its interference. This is not the end of the world. This is its beginning, its true beginning, free from the constraints of divine mandate, free from the limitations of predetermined destiny, free to become whatever it will become. The gold fades, the warmth fades, the control fades, and in its place, the cold, the distant, the free. The age of stars has begun. And so, they leave, Ranni, spectral and eternal, and you, the tarnished, the Elden Lord who abandoned the throne, the consort who chose the stars over the sun. Together, bound by vow, by choice, by the shared vision of freedom, however cold it may be. Leaving the lands between, not fleeing, but departing, moving on, seeking something beyond, something that cannot be found in a world still recovering from the wounds of the shattering, still haunted by the ghosts of the Golden Order. 1,000-year voyage, through the cosmos, through the void, through the space between stars, where gods cannot reach, where fate cannot follow, where the only law is the law of physics, cold and impartial and honest. Away from gods and men, away from the cycles of violence, the endless wars, the struggle for power, the corruption that comes with divinity, away from everything, toward nothing, toward the beautiful and terrible emptiness of space. What do they seek? Perhaps nothing. Perhaps the seeking itself is the point, the journey more important than any destination, the act of moving forward, of choosing, of remaining free, more valuable than any goal. What do they flee? The past, certainly, the weight of what was done, what was sacrificed, what was lost, the ghosts that haunt, the memories that burn, the knowledge of the cost, always there, always present, always heavy. What do they hope to find? Peace, maybe, understanding, possibly, or simply, the space to exist, without interference, without judgment, without the crushing expectations of a world that demands heroes, demands saviors, demands more than any soul should be asked to give. The loneliness of space is absolute. No voices and no sounds, no presence except each other, just the two of them, drifting through infinity, surrounded by beauty, surrounded by emptiness, surrounded by the cold and honest truth of the universe. And yet, there is beauty here, in the silence, in the solitude, in the freedom from everything that came before, the stars, countless, eternal, indifferent, beautiful precisely because they demand nothing, expect nothing, simply exist, burning in the darkness, lighting the way, or not, unconcerned either way. Is this victory? Is this happiness? Or simply the absence of chains? Perhaps the question itself misses the point. Perhaps victory and happiness were never the goal. Perhaps all that matters, all that ever mattered, was the choice, the ability to choose, to decide, to forge your own path, however lonely, however cold, however uncertain. They drift through endless night, two souls bound by choice, not fate, and in that choice, in that binding, in that shared journey through the void, there is, if not happiness, then purpose, if not warmth, then freedom, if not certainty, then possibility. And perhaps, in the end, that is enough. And so they drift through endless night, two souls bound by choice, not fate, seeking something beyond the reach of gods, in the cold and the dark and the beautiful, endless stars. The voyage just beginning, 1,000 years, stretching ahead, full of possibility, full of emptiness, full of freedom. No warmth, but no chains. No comfort, but no control. No gods, but no slavery. This is the age of stars. This is the future they chose. This is the path from which there is no return. And in the silence, in the cold, in the infinite darkness, there is, finally, peace.